Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. My name is Shri Krishna. I'm your learner success manager for the day. Before we go ahead with the session, please let me know that my voice is loud and clear. You can confirm in chat box. Thank you for your confirmation. Let me do a quick audio check with our instructor. Hi Rahul. For audio confirmation, let me know if my voice is loud and clear.
Yes, Shri Krishna, your voice is loud and clear.
We can also hear you clearly. Now I will make you the presentator so we can get started with the session. Happy learning everyone.
Sure. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. So, before moving ahead, let's wait for just few more minutes. Why so? Because it could be that few people might be running late, as still there are just 2 minutes left to start. So, just let's wait for 3-4 minutes so that everyone joins in. Those who are running late by just minute or two, and then we'll start with the session. So, I'm sharing a screen that will be starting shortly, and I'm currently muted. Okay, hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello Nanda. Good afternoon, Ankit. Hello Prakhar. Hello Siddharth. Hi Nishad. Good afternoon, Protek. Okay, so first of all, yesterday was the class supposed to start, but I was not able to attend it due to some emergency. So, and I was not able to inform prior because it was suddenly, and hence I was not able to join. So, apologies for the same. All of you had to wait, but yes, and thank you for your patience as well. You joined in back today. So we'll start with the session today. And of course, an extra class will be added, like for the class that was not conducted yesterday. So we'll be having a one more class on. So still we'll be having three classes only, like it will be extended. Okay, but now let's move ahead with the course and talk about what we'll be doing in this course and all the things around this course. Okay, so let me share the screen. Do let me know once my screen is up. Okay, so we are in the course Python for AI. Okay, Python for AI. Now, first of all, this course, what we'll do in this course, and who all might feel that the course is not needed in those things, so we'll address those things over here now. So, in this course, first of all, we'll start with what are softwares. Like, if I try to outline what we'll be doing in next few hours and classes, so we'll first of all start with the basic concept of what is softwares and how softwares are kind of divided into multiple parts. Okay. Post that, then we'll talk about what are programming languages. Okay. And what is the need of them and why are there so many programming languages. Then we'll talk about why Python, because as you know, the course name itself is Python for AI, and Python again is a programming language. So why Python? Why not any other language? And then we'll start looking into Python programming basics. Okay. And after why Python, we'll also talk about the installation and various other Python concepts, or you can say basic Python concepts. And then we'll start with the Python programming, and this will be the major chunk in the whole course. So, in clean sense, this course is around the whole programming, how do we do programming and those kind of stuff. Means anyone who has prior knowledge of Python is very good with Python or has very good understanding of multiple programming languages, that person might feel this course a very slow and very boring as well. Okay, so as again, this course is optional. So in case if you're very good with programming, very good with Python, you're free to kind of do the self-learning and move to next courses as well. Why? So because you'll already be aware about what will be going through in this class. However, saying that, I would still recommend you to attend this course. Why? So could be that when we are covering certain things, you might be not aware about those things, and those things might away clear your concepts further. But yes. Now, third part, people who are totally new to programming does not know what programming is, or does not know how does it whole work completely, or people who know what programming is, but they are not aware about Python or how to write Python syntax, how to run a Python code. This course is essentially for them. Okay, so anyone who wishes to learn programming language and Python in depth, this course is what we'll be doing. Or like this is the content that will be covering in this course. We'll be essentially talking about Python, and we'll be covering Python from very, very basics. Why so? Because my approach will be many of you are totally beginner, totally new to programming, and are shifting your domain or simply learning it for the skill perspective. So in that case, I need to use easy words. I'll be using easy English words rather than technical words and trying to explain the whole concept in such a way that you get it. Okay. I'll be structuring the whole data as per my best efforts in such a way that what needs to get covered first should be covered first. Means when I talk about programming, I'll not talk about interpreter and compiler directly because those who are completely new might find those topics kind of complex. And again, you are not the one who will be setting up the compiler and interpreter in Python. Those things are already there. So what we'll be learning the syntax, we'll be learning the things. And once you're good with it, even if you read those concepts just by eyeballing the whole thing at any blog or video, you'll be able to understand what they are saying. So this is just an example when I'm trying to put. So I'll try to put things in such a way which makes sense, which should be covered first. I'll put in my best efforts over there. Okay, but before moving ahead, I have a few questions. If you are completely new to Python or completely new to programming itself, please write new in the chat. And if you are already experienced with Python, please write EXP. Okay, perfect. Okay, I see majority of the class is uh, beginner in terms of programming in Python. Okay, perfect. No issues. Good. So let's start then. We'll start covering important things. Also, before moving, any questions from anyone, any doubts, any uh, thing that you're thinking about, you need to discuss, please put in the chat. Then we'll start with the topics and we'll try to cover a few things and then I'll open the forum again for the questions. But yes, before moving ahead, any questions, any doubts, any confusion, please put in the chat. Also, to mention, all these notes, any files that I'll be using throughout the class will be shared with all of you. Each and everything that will be shared or discussed during the class will be given to you on your LMS portal and they will be present with you throughout the lifetime of LMS. Means as the recorded sessions will be available to you for the whole lifetime, same will be the content because it will be attached to your LMS portal. Okay. So any questions? Anyone? Okay, perfect. So let's move ahead then. First of all, let's try to understand what are softwares. And I'll try to use very, very easy terms rather than using some jargon and those kind of things. Okay, so software is basically in plain sense when you talk about a computer, let's say this is a computer or any kind of machine, it will usually have two components, softwares, or I should first write hardwares, and then you have software. Correct? What is hardware? Basically anything that you can touch. In plain sense, if you can touch a fan, you can touch the hard disk. Okay, you can touch the monitor. All these will refer to the hardware piece. Okay, for example, monitor, fan, keyboard, all these are hardware of your computer or machine, whatever you are referring to. Now, what is a software? Software is basically you can't touch. When I say can't touch, it is inside the system. When I say can't touch, means it's present inside the system. Now, when I say present inside the system, so what does it do? It is responsible for running the machine and operating and using, in plain terms, let's say using the hardwares. Like there has to be kernels that can use the monitor and show you whatever the thing. Let's say you're currently using a phone or using a computer or using a tab to attend this class, correct? And you're able to see my screen on your screen. So there is a software that is able to connect to your screen, like the device that you're using its screen, and then is able to show you what I'm trying to teach over here. So drivers, then you have operating systems like Microsoft Windows, Mac, Ubuntu, Linux, many kind of operating systems, or Android, Mac OS, iOS, sorry, iOS. All these are operating systems again running responsible for running the whole machine. And inside this, of course, you have miniature kernels, drivers, and let's say VLC player, photo viewer, some video player, etc., etc. This kind of softwares. Okay, just to write those certain examples, like your operating system, which are like the Windows, Mac, kernels, drivers, okay, or video players, photo viewer, etc. These kind of things. Okay, and all of these are built using a code. All of them are built using a code. Okay, please give me a second. Okay, now softwares can be further divided into many things, and now the basis is based on what we are trying to classify it. Just trying to give you some information around it. When I talk about softwares in further detail, they can be broken down into many parts, but the criteria is based on what? So if I say based on functionality, softwares are classified into two: application softwares, or let me write the important one first, the system software, and application softwares. Again, now the question comes, what is a system software? You can see, and let me underline them. Systems of softwares responsible for the core operation of a machine. With the core components. Okay, example, your operating systems, your kernels, drivers, okay, these kind of softwares which are solely responsible for doing the core functions inside your system software. Okay, then comes application softwares. Application software which are used for doing any user specific activity, used for performing A user specific activity or action. Action would be the right term. Example could be, let's say, Google Chrome for browsing the internet, MS Office for handling documents, making documents, or VLC player for playing videos, etc. These kind of things. Okay. So just to do a recap, computer divided into hardware, software. Hardware you can touch, essentially all the uh, outer parts without which you cannot do anything. And then comes software, which you cannot touch, responsible for doing the whole uh, core operations inside your system. And we talked about that softwares can be divided into two based on functionality, because it is up to us based on what we are trying to divide the software. Okay. And system software or application software. Okay. Now, if I talk about uh, particularly like what essentially is software. Okay, you told us in plain terms that okay, it's responsible for running the machines, or it is divided into system and application. But essentially, if you talk about what is a software, like what is present inside it. So what is a software? You can say it is a set of commands written in an order to be executed, or let me try to rephrase it, which when executed, which when ran, or you would say executed, does a particular operation. Does a particular operation. Basically, let's say if you are clicking anywhere on a software, let's say you're having a video player, you're clicking on the pause button. So at the back end, there is a command written that whenever someone clicks on this button, it has to freeze anything that is passing through you can say video playing instructions. If you kind of you try to, let's say, click on next or 10 seconds ahead, you are simply touching it or double clicking. Let's say you are using YouTube only, for example, and you're double tapping on right side, double tapping on left side. So that is what the instructions are, that okay, if in this part someone taps in two times within some few seconds, or you can say few milliseconds, the video will be jumping 10 seconds ahead, 10 seconds. So these are all set of instructions, rules are written at the back end that okay, what needs to be done and how it needs to be done, in fact. Okay. What needs to be done, how it needs to be done. And that essentially is what is a software. So it's a set of commands written in an order, which when ran or executed, does a particular operation. Okay, when I say ran and executed, it's based on what the user is doing. Okay. Now, just give me a second. Now you can see that programming languages are used to make softwares. Now I'll touch programming languages in detail, like what essentially they are, what they do. We'll talk about programming languages in detail. But you can say, how do we make programming languages? So we'll, with help of a particular code or a program or a programming language, we make a software. We'll talk about what programming languages are so that your concept around programming languages is clear. We'll talk about that. Now, if I try to talk a bit more, just a final touch on software uh, part. When I'm saying final touch on software part, I just want to kind of talk few things more about software, which all of you are currently aware as well. In fact, now if I try to divide division of software based on distribution. Based on distribution. So if I try to divide software based on a distribution, so it might, however, there are multiple categories or multiple versions that can be rolled out, but essentially it is, you can say, in three forms. However, as I mentioned, you can of course figure out that there will be multiple things that can come up over here. Okay, the first one is freeware. Okay, freeware, they're completely free to use. Completely free to use. But the owner will still have the copyright, still has copyright. For example, WhatsApp is completely free to use, correct? WhatsApp is completely free to use, but you do not have access to the source code. You cannot redistribute WhatsApp. Okay, so there are whole foundations around it. They own the copyright and all those things around it. So a plain example could be WhatsApp. Okay, or any other software that you can think about, which is completely free, but you cannot have access to the code. Then comes open source, or if I put in a broad sense of it, so I can write floss. Okay. So what does floss mean? I'll talk about that. Don't worry. So just give me a second. There's a difference. So let's try to keep it floss only, because floss is, you can say, the bigger umbrella for open source. So what is floss? So floss again stands for free, libre, open source. Like this is the full form of floss. Now what does it mean? Application is free, or you can say the software is completely free. Let me underline this heading as well. Software is free. We have access to source code as well. What is the source code? Is how that app software is built. You are free to redistribute it, free to distribute, modify the software. Okay, okay. That is what is a floss. So, and you see the difference is freeware is it's completely free, but you do not have access to the source code or the copyright impact. Okay, example, as I mentioned, WhatsApp is completely free, but you cannot modify it, or you can kind of distribute it, have the access to the source code. Okay, you are not aware about those kind of, you do not have access to those kind of things. Then comes the floss part, which is known as free, libre, open source. These are completely free. Means you have complete access to their source code. You can modify them. You can redistribute them. Okay, you can do whatever things you would want to do with them. For example, your Linux. Okay, now you know there are multiple spin-offs, or you can say multiple variations of Linux. Why so? Because Linux allows users to modify it. Okay, so Linux, Mozilla Firefox. Okay, the whole source code of Mozilla Firefox is free. Uh, okay, then you have LibreOffice, which is similar to Microsoft Office, but is present on Linux. Again, it does nearly all the things, in fact. Okay, VS Code. Okay, so there are many things that are completely free, and allows you to the whole in fact VLC player as well, because I just talked about this, so let me mention this as well. VLC player is also completely open source and as well. So yes, this is what is flaws, and then finally comes the last one, which I can say, or you also are aware about, is licensed or closed source. So licensed or closed source means no, neither free, no access to source code, cannot modify, and can't redistribute. Again, examples. For example, your Windows, you cannot have Windows for free. You'll have to pay. MS Office, you'll have to pay again, and many other things which are not free, and you'll have to pay a particular money for them. And as I mentioned in the starting, however, this class can be further classified into many more. Like you can have one premium, then there is one more version. There are many multiple branches that you can still have, just to kind of talk about. For premium, for what is premium? Certain softwares in which you can use it for free, but with limited access. You cannot use all the components of it for free. Okay, you only have access to very limited functionalities, and they ask you to pay money for you to unlock all the functionalities, or more money for unlocking each and everything. Correct? You might have, for example, Spotify. Okay, YouTube. In fact, is a freemium. You have access to videos, but they show you advertisements. Now, if you pay amount, then they'll remove the advertisements. Correct. So till this point, anyone having any questions? Just a very small brief around what is hardware, software, what is a software, and essentially how they're divided. This is just for anyone who is completely new to the whole IT or computer world. How do you all of you know this much information? But yes, still I hope those who are not will be helpful for them. Okay. Now comes the programming languages. So let's talk about the programming languages. Okay. So first of all, try to understand what are they used for and those things. See, we humans communicate to each other. We humans communicate to each other. For example, now I'm communicating my thoughts or my information or my knowledge with all of you. Okay, now how do we communicate? Using a language. We have multiple languages. Those could be English, which we are currently using, Hindi, Sanskrit, Spanish, French, etc. Okay, many kind of languages. Humans have developed quite a number of languages, in fact, and it's up to the person how many languages the person knows, where the person is born, what's the location, and those kind of things. Okay, post the language. Now, see, we humans communicate using language, and what do we kind of communicate? We communicate orders, emotions, knowledge, okay, and etc. etc. A lot of other things that we can kind of talk about, and we do many things using the communication. It's very core component. Uh, Before humans were not able to communicate, so it was kind of difficult. Now, same way. Now, what is the case that we want to communicate with machines? The question comes, why would we want to communicate with machines? Because machines do not get tired, machines operate uh, continuously, and they're also very, very quick because they are fast, active for any number of hours, and just saves our efforts, saves human effort. For example, if I give you a multiplication of 32 digit number with a 32 digit number, you can do it. You can easily do it. Okay, but the only thing is you'll have to spend time on it, you'll have to sit with it, and you'll have to ensure that each and every step you're doing is completely correct, and it will take a lot of time. It will take a lot of time for sure, correct? Hence, then is where we come up with machines. How the machines were developed, that is a totally separate thing. How computers ideas were invented and how they were able to do these things. That's a separate kind of discussion. But yes, we know that okay, machines are faster and are capable of doing a lot of things which humans lack the speed at and which humans tend to make mistakes at. And I would also say no errors or no mistakes. Okay. So you would want to communicate with machines. The question comes, so how do we communicate? How do we communicate? And that is where the concept comes of programming languages. Using programming languages. Okay. Using programming languages, we communicate with machines. Now the question will come, what kind of communication do we do? In clean sense, you give orders most of the time. Okay. In clean sense, you'll always give what do we communicate? What is the communication? Like how to do a task. Okay. Set of rules to obey, automation, procedure, and those kind of things, etc., etc. Again, you can think up to about it. So that is how the question comes that we humans use how we humans communicate using languages, we convey our orders, emotions, knowledge, etc. Using so many languages that humans over the course of history have developed, or the course of their development have invented, or you can say figured out how to communicate. Same way we would want to communicate with machines. Why? Because they're fast, active, they do not do any mistakes. They also save our human effort, so we can kind of relax and do whatever we would want to do. Okay. Now the question comes that okay, you told us that we do communicate using tasks, rules, automation, but why do we have so many programming languages? Now, when you talk about programming languages, there are various types of programming languages. There are various types of programming languages. Okay. For examples, just to write, so first of all, let me give you certain names of programming languages. Examples: C, C++, Pascal, Python, Java, JavaScript, SQL, Ruby, PHP, HTML, R, Go, Kotlin, and it will keep on going and going and going and going and going. There are a lot of languages. Now, for anyone who is completely new to this world, the first question will be, why do we have so many programming languages? Why so many programming languages? And this is in fact a valid question, that we are essentially communicating with a machine only, and we humans only kind of developed it. So why not only stick to one particular language? Why do we have so many languages, and what is the need of them? Okay, the answer to this is, as we started with the machine or computer, initial computer, it was size of a room, and now we are to a point where the systems, or you can say our phone, which is more powerful than the first supercomputer nowadays, we are having that in a hand or in a pocket, in fact sometimes on a wrist as a watch. Okay, so our systems have evolved a lot, technical requirements have changed a lot. We are doing far more things using machine that we ever did in the whole human history. Okay, so why do we have so many programming languages? Because as the humans and the use of machines developed, we had a lot of new things, new tasks that we thought about doing. Okay, so every programming language has its own set of tools that make it beneficial I think my spelling is still wrong, but okay, please forgive it. That make it beneficial and disadvantageous and at disadvantage of doing different kind of tasks. What is this? I'll talk about this, don't worry. Okay, please give me a few seconds. Okay, thank you for being on board. So as I mentioned that okay, why do we have so many programming languages? Because every programming language has its own set of tools that make it beneficial or at disadvantage for doing different kind of tasks. Now, what do I mean by this? Let's talk about it. See, I'll start to talk about from a beginner standpoint. See, let's say if you want to develop a website, you would want to make a website. Why I'm using website example? Because that is what everyone knows about what it is. Okay. So for making a website, you know that HTML is a good particular language. HTML has right set of tools, like right set of colors, how to color a particular header, how to provide a scroll bar, how to kind of make the text big, italic, these kind of things. Like all the website related set of tools that would one would require. HTML has those. Okay, same way PHP has it. Okay, PHP is also used for doing the same. And there are many other languages using which you can make website. But now if I try to talk about that, can I use Python to make a website? The answer is yes. You can use Python to make a website, but will it be as convenient as any other language like HTML or PHP or React, JS or any other language basically? Will it be that convenient? The answer is no, it won't be. Why so? Because Python was developed with some other goal in mind. Means when I say other goal, for example, data science. So it has things or tools that are required for you to do calculations or required for you to do making models or doing uh, various probability distribution calculations, etc. These kind of things. Whereas when HTML, JS, these kind of things were developed, they were specifically developed with keeping how to develop a website in mind. Hence, the developers added tools, added easiness of using things in such a way that it becomes very, very easy to make a website. So every language over here, for example, SQL is used for handling data very well, querying the data very well. You are having a data stored in form of rows and columns, so you can use a SQL to extract the data among billions of rows in comparatively faster time than any other language. Okay, C++ for you to make core softwares which are fast, quick. Okay, so every language has its own set of functionalities that it is good at. Using Python, you can make video games. Using Python, you can make websites. And in fact, there are websites. The whole backend of Instagram is developed using Python and certain parts of the front end as well, in fact. Okay, same goes with the Dropbox. Same goes with many other websites. For example, Netflix front page is also, in fact, developed using Python, if I'm not wrong. Now, what I'm trying to put is that using Python, you can do all the stuffs. But is Python as good as other languages? The answer is no. Same way, is React, JS, or HTML as good as doing stuff what Python is? Not at all close, in fact. So, totally different use cases. Okay, so that is why you have so many languages. Kotlin is used for developing Android applications. SQL, again, as I mentioned, used for developing uh, working around with data. C++, again, core languages used for developing Microsoft Office. C++ and C are the core components used for developing Microsoft Office. In fact, many other core applications. And this is where the things started changed. Again, very good languages. In fact, very quick in execution and many more things. So why so many programming languages? Because every language, when built, was built keeping certain thing in a mind, certain task in a mind, and then adding those tools. Hence, every language caters to a particular task. Now we are here to study artificial intelligence and data science. Now we are here to study artificial intelligence and data science, hence Python. So Python is the best language, best programming language for, instead of data science, I'll call uh, machine learning. Let's write data science as well because there is not a significant downside to it. And data science. Okay. So, for any questions, anyone? Just a quick recap. We started talking about, first of all, what is a hardware, software, what are essentially softwares, how they are divided, and what is, you can say, a bit of technical perspective around it, and based on functionality or distribution, how they are divided. And then we started talking about programming languages, why do we have them, why there are so many of them, and what is the use of them, and why is Python going to be your go-to language. Okay, so because Python is used for machine learning, or in plain sense, in case if you want to use AI, I can do that as well. So used for AI, just give me a second, and AI. So this is where Python comes in, and this is where we have to study Python. So any questions, anyone so far? Any questions, any doubts? Okay, perfect. Now the question comes, why Python? Like, why Python is the go-to language for machine learning? Why it is the best language for machine learning, data science, and Python. And sorry, AI. Okay. Now, why Python? Now, first of all, the first reason of it is because when it was developed with this perspective only that it can do a lot more data science and these kind of stuff. Okay. But let's start with the most easy part. Easy to understand. It's very readable. Means if you look at like if you look at Java, JavaScript, C++, C, or many other languages, Python comparatively is very easier to write, very easier to understand, and it's very readable. Very readable. Means you'll see that it's completely plain English, that is what you're writing. However, it will take time in case if you're completely new to get used to it. But once you are used to it, believe me, it's very, very easy compared to many other programming languages. Second, it's lost. The distribution structure is lost. Means it's completely free to use, open source. You can mod the whole source code. Means when I say open source, what is the meaning of open source? That you have access to the source code. Okay, how the language was developed, what is the how the things work, like you have access to the whole source code. So it's free, it's open source, and you are allowed to modify it, redistribute it, etc. So all those things can be done. Okay, other things can be done. Now, third thing is it has a great support. Means when I say great support, basically it is still in development. Means the developers of Python are still developing. Uh, just give me a second. The developers of Python are still developing newer versions of Python. They're making changes, making Python better version by version, making changes. So still it is under development. A current version that was released is 3.13. Okay, so they're still releasing newer versions, and hence also you still have support to the some of the previous versions, not all of course, but yes. So still in development, great support present online. When I say great support across online platforms, mean that a lot of people, of course, are programming Python. If you run into any error and you simply Google it, or you try to look for blogs how to solve it, you'll get great answers that will really help you to solve the whole thing. So there is a great support around it. It also integrates with various tools, the integration with other languages and tools are very good. You can kind of any software that you think about, any programming language that you can think about, it integrates very well. In fact, there are many libraries. So, for example, NumPy have components of C++, have components of C. Then also have components of Python for its execution. What are libraries? We'll talk about that. Don't worry. And then final part, of course, various set of tools around machine learning. You have a lot of libraries, lot of codes in such a way that they are very, very helpful for doing arithmetic operations or any kind of operations that you would want to do to perform analysis specifically or do modeling. Okay, so that is why would Python be is currently the first language for machine learning. Now the question comes how to use Python. That okay, you talked about that okay, this is a programming language and Python is a go-to language for data science and all these kind of stuff. But now the question comes how to use Python. How to use Python. Means I would want to make a software using Python, or I would want to make something. I want to do certain things using Python. So how do I do it? So for you to use Python, we install it. We install Python first of all. When I say install, in plain sense, how you install WhatsApp on your phone, or how you install Microsoft Office or VLC Player or any other software on your system or your uh, desktop, whatever things that you are using or tablet. Okay, so same way you'll have to install Python on your system. Now the question comes that okay, you said we have to install Python from, but where do we download it? Where to download? From where to download? So we download it from the official website. And please do not download it as of now because I'll talk about multiple things, which is www.python.org. So this is the official website of Python. Okay, so let's go and let's have a look. First of all, how the website looks and what does it do and all those things. So let me open the browser and share the screen. Please give me a few seconds. I'm stopping the. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, so as soon as you simply Google Python, so this is what should come up first. So Python is a high level general purpose programming language, design philosophy, all the things that you can read about. But as you see over here, www.python.org, if you click on it, so this is the official website for Python. Okay. Now, as you can see, there are multiple tabs, PSF, docs, PyPy, about, downloads, documentation, community, success stories, and any jobs that are present on this. Okay, what it is used for in case if you want to use it for web development, Django, Pyramid, Bottle, Tornado, Flask. These are libraries they are referring to. Okay, if you want to use it for software development, these are the libraries for certain system administration. These are the libraries. Many more things. Okay, and many more pages. But if I talk about the first thing, let's say you'd want to download Python. As of now, please do not download it. I'll just talk about that. Like if you go to downloads tab over here, my system, as I mentioned, if I'm not, my system is a Windows-based operating system. Okay, how you might we have been able to figure out by seeing the outlook of my browser. So it's a Windows system, so it shows that okay, Python for download for Windows, and if I simply click on this, you can see it shows like how I can download this particular part. Okay, so you can save it, download it. So this is a exe file for Windows. It's a exe file. For other operating systems, it could be any other file. After downloading, if you simply click on it, it will start installing like any other software. Okay, like any other software. Okay. Now, if you go to downloads and like just go, see you can see this is download for Windows. If you click on Mac OS, it will take you to the Mac OS, all the Mac OS installers, because some of you might be using Mac OS as well. In case if you're using Ubuntu or some other, like if you click on other platforms, okay, so there is for Android, HVUX, IBM, iOS, iPad OS, or Solaris, many other environments allows you to install uh, Python for. Okay, and then this is the whole documentation part. We'll come to this. Don't worry. As of now, we are just talking about this downloads part. How do you kind of download the software, or you can see the package of Python that once you press enter or return key, it starts installing in your system like any other application. For example, a VLC player or any other thing. Okay, Microsoft Office or those things. Okay, so this is the official page. We'll come to this back again, but before this, let's talk about few more things regarding a programming language because most of you are completely new. Let's talk about many other things as well. Okay, so I hope everyone is clear till this point. Any questions, any doubts, anyone? If no questions, please write clear so that I do have understanding all of you are able to follow me without any issue so far. Okay, perfect. Okay, now before moving into much more detail of how to download, how to install, how to use, let's talk about few more things. And post that you'll be able to understand what you need to download and what not. Totally up to you then. Okay, so let's talk about a few things more. For every programming language, for every programming languages, you have few things. For example, you tend to pass in an input. Like you'll pass in an input. When I say input, given by user. Okay. Now that is executed and post that you get the output given upon execution of input. In plain sense, just a very we can say small and a very loosely related example. For example, if you have a calculator, let's say, let me write example over here. Let's say you have a calculator. Okay, you have various keys, correct, like this. When you simply enter 2 plus 2, let's say you enter 2 plus 2, and as soon as you press equal to, it will give you answer output as a 4, correct? It will give you output as 4. So you passed in an input and then you got an output on the same screen, correct? So same is the concept with all the programming languages. You have an input. For example, I write a whole code, all the set of logics that okay, this is where a button should be present on my website. This is where a scroll bar should be present. This is where a sidebar should be present. I write down the whole logic. Now that is my input. Once I execute it, a website is kind of deployed in plain sense again, but that is not how directly a website is deployed. But that is how, let's say, a website is deployed. So that is the output of your code. Okay, that is the output of your code. So for every programming language, same in Python as well, you write a code for a model or an architecture, you execute it, a model comes out and it gives you predictions and those kind of stuff. Okay, so every programming language has an input which is given by the user and the output which is given upon the execution of input by a language. Now, basically, for input, like there is a concept of editors. Now, for every language, you have editors. The technical term can change, but I'm trying to put it in plain sense. So anyone who is aware about programming, please do not try to be totally focused on editor word. Okay, so for every language, you have an editor in plain sense. Now, what is an editor? Editor is where you write a code, where the code, or you can say the input is written by the user. Okay, that is what is an editor. Okay, and upon execution, let's say you are executing it, you get an output. You get an output. Okay, now in Python, we also call these editors. In Python, we also call these editors as ideally or IDE also. Okay, so do not get confused if someone instead of editor says IDE, ideally. The core concept is that this is a place where you write a code and you get an output. Okay, as simple as that. Now in Python, there are a lot of editors. Editors, or you can say IDE, whatever you want to call them, totally up to you. However, there is a slight difference, but again, that is from the technical point of view. We are not going into that for Python. Means there are a lot of softwares where you can write a Python code. Just to give you certain examples, the first one, Python official editor. Okay, like the website which we went to, and you're able to see download Python, and once you install it, that is official Python editor. You can write a code over there. Then you have Jupyter Notebook. You have PyCharm. Okay, Atom, Spider, the very famous VS Code, Sublime Text. Jupyter Lab, and this list will keep on going and going and going and going and going. There are many, many editors for Python as well as same is the case for other programming languages as well. Okay, what are these? These all are where you write code, where users writes code and executes it. Okay, in plain sense. That is what these are. Now you might have a very, very valid question that why do we have so many editors? What is the need of so many editors present? Right? And that could be a very, very valid question as well. But why is the need of so many editors? Now, if I ask you the question, you have various messaging apps like that. Like, for example, you have WhatsApp, you have Signal, you have Telegram, you have many program messaging apps, correct? Why do we have so many messaging apps? Because the outlook of every app is different. The functionality, or you can say the features they offer, are completely different. Some of them are very good at something, some of them are very good at something, correct? Do you agree? So, for example, so the question right now might be why so many editors? Why so many editors? And you can relate this with the answer. We have WhatsApp, Messenger, Signal, Telegram, and many more messaging apps. Many messaging apps. The difference is in features, okay, themes, that you like how WhatsApp is placing icons, or you like how Signal is placing icons, or you like how Signal is secure or not secure, or WhatsApp is secure or not secure. Of course, totally up to what why the person is using it. So you have different themes, features. You like the user interface of, let's say, WhatsApp. You like the user interface of, let's say, a Messenger. Okay, so various kind of things. So that's why we have so many messaging apps, and same way we have so many editors as well. Every editor having its own features, its own UI front, like how the user interface looks. Some people like certain features, so that is the reason there are multiple IDs. Okay, in same sense, there are multiple editors. Okay, correct. Basically, look and feel. Okay, now the question comes that specifically for class we will be using Jupyter Notebook. Means I'll be showing you codes which are written in Jupyter Notebook editor. Okay, and basically like the files that I'll be sharing will be Jupyter Notebook specific. Why so? Because of the feature and the functionality and the look and feel that it gives is very easy for a learner. In fact, okay, you get an input output at the same place. You don't have to browse through different windows. That is the case with Python official ideally. Like you write the input somewhere, you run the code, a different window will open up and will show you the output. Then you'll have to map, okay, for this line this was the output, this line this was the output. Whereas Jupyter Notebook provides you cell structure. We'll talk about those things. So I'll be using for all the courses the Jupyter Notebook. Now the question comes, should we use also Jupyter Notebook? Or if someone says that I'm more familiar with VS Code, I want to use VS Code, I want to use Spider, I want to use PyCharm, it's totally up to you. Whatever you would want to use. Why so? Because it's completely the case of look and feel. If you like the look and feel of Spider, why not use Spider? If you want to use PyCharm, you can use PyCharm. If you want to use Sublime Text, it's totally up to you. Okay, whatever you want to use. For example, if I go back to the browser, just give me a second. I hope my screen is visible. See, as soon as I write PyCharm and click on images, just to show. So this is how the PyCharm page will look like. Just to show. This is how PyCharm will look like, the editor. Okay. If I write, like, just because I do not have those installed in my system, if you write spider, like, this is how the spider interface will look like. Okay, this is how spider interface looks like. This is a place you write a code. This is where you get your graphs, variables, these kind of. So is my screen visible now? Okay, let me go from starting. So if you simply Google PyCharm, so first of all, see, it will tell you PyCharm, the only Python IDE you need. But if you simply click on images, see, this is how a PyCharm IDE would look like. Just to show you, this is how it looks. Okay, this is how a PyCharm IDE will look like. This is where you'll write a code. Okay, this is where all the files will be represented. This is how you can have your file structure, and of course you can modify this. This is where your multiple files are opened. Same way if you go to Spider, and if let me open this image in new tab. Okay, let me kind of enlarge it and then open. Like this is how Spider looks like. Okay, Spider again another editor. So this is where your variables will look like. What are variables? We'll talk about that. This is how your graphs look like. This is where your code is. Okay, then if I talk about Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so just give me a second. This is how your okay, this is very small. Just give me a second. So this is how your Jupyter Notebook would look like. Cell-based structure. This is your input. You get the output here itself. Input. You get the output here itself. So this is how your Jupyter Notebook looks like. Same way, if you would like to use Sublime Text or Atom. So if you write Atom Python, so this is how your Atom looks like. Are you getting what I'm trying to convey? So every particular uh, editor has its own look and feel. Okay, its own look and feel, and it's totally up to the user which the user would want to prefer. Okay, some might prefer Atom, some might prefer Sublime Text, and also the features, certain functionalities helps the person look into different kind of editors. Now, as I mentioned, that I'll be using Jupyter Notebook specifically in for sharing all the codes. Like I'll be using Jupyter Notebook for teaching and sharing all the files. Okay, but in case if you don't want to use anything else, totally up to you. Totally user-based preferences. So far, clear, everyone? Any questions? Now, there could be a very valid question for those who are completely new to the programming world. Now, see, I just have a question for all of you. Okay. See, let's say if you're using WhatsApp or Messenger or Signal or Telegram and you're communicating with your friend, you're messaging your friend, will the structure of English language change? Means if you're asking, hello X, how are you doing? Let's say this is what you're writing. So if you're using Messenger, Signal, Telegram, WhatsApp, does the structure change? Like does the English words, alphabets change at all? The answer is no. Okay. So let me write that. Like how when using multiple messaging apps, English or the language that you're using, ， . ， . ， . used to communicate remains exactly same, correct? Exactly same across all apps. When I say exactly same means no change in alphabets or syntax or grammar, anything. Okay, everything remembers in this keeps like it's only that the platform is changing, not language. English words, alphabets, how A is written will be written in the same manner, same way, in same sense. Python functions, syntax, okay, other things, etc. Do not change upon using different editors. Does it make sense? Because this is important. This could be a valid question to many. That is Python different? If I use PyCharm, if I use no, the Python will be exactly same. Okay, it's exactly in same sense how when you're using multiple messaging apps, your English will remain same. Same way, Python remains same across all the editors. The core concepts, the syntax, everything remains the same. Yes, Harmandeep, usually if you're familiar with one editor, others will uh, be very much similar. Like you'll be able to navigate. It could be from example, if you go from Jupyter Notebook all the way to PyCharm suddenly, you might face a bit of difficulty because the outlook is completely different. But if you go from Spider to PyCharm, there could be a bit of sense of feasibility for you to look into. But yes, it's not any rocket science. As soon as you switch, you'll be able to figure out, okay, this is where I write code, this is how I work around with it. But yes, sometimes it could be difficult if from the editor you are coming to one which is totally different, or it could be similar. So, but not again, it will not be at all difficult in figuring out how to use that. Harmandeep. The best thing is just simply watch 1 to 2 videos regarding how to use that particular editor on the official website. For example, any editor, anything that has been released by a particular team or organization will be also releasing its corresponding documentation, correct? Like if you buy a car, you get a user manual. If you buy a washing machine, fridge, you always get a user manual, correct? How to use it. Same way for every editor or any software, you always have a user manual, how to use it. Yoginder, in that case, Jupyter Notebook. That's why, as I mentioned, from beginner's perspective, Jupyter Notebook is very easy to use. Now, the question could be that what is used in corporates, what people tend to use. See, it's not very hardly bound that, okay, one has to only use this. You'll see people using Jupyter Notebook in corporate, you'll see people using PyCharm, you'll see people using VS Code. It's totally a personal preference. People nowadays tend to believe that okay, Jupyter Notebook is not the right set of thing, not a professional tool to be used in corporate. Not at all. Believe me, not at all. I've been working for more than 12 years approximately now. I call it. So, but I've not seen that Jupyter Notebook gives you any error. It's totally up to the user, whatever you would want to use. But it depends upon what the objective is. In case if you would want to deploy a code in production and automate the whole script, a Jupyter Notebook files would not be your go-to files, or Jupyter Notebook will not be your go-to thing. You might depend on a PyCharm, or you might depend upon VS Code. You would want to integrate Git very well with your editor so that you can version your code. In case if those who are aware about Git, in that case, PyCharm Spider will be what you PyCharm will be what you'll be focusing more on, or VS Code will be what you'll be looking into. Okay. In case if you would want to look into your variables, your development, like how the whole variables are kind of moving ahead and looking into, so you might use Spider as well. Okay. So it depends upon what the use cases of that project. And so what I would recommend is you start with Jupyter Notebook. But once you are done with understanding Python, you're good with Python, start exploring all the other editors as well. Like try once how Spider is looking. Like, do you feel comfortable with Spider? Try installing PyCharm and use PyCharm as well, or try using some other editors as well. Like totally up to you. You can Google, okay, which editors are very good. What are the advantages of using this or that compared to this or that? Okay, that will help you to kind of understand and figure out. That what works best for you. Okay, so far I think everyone is clear on this point. Now I'll come to the installation. I'll talk about the installation. Jay, I'll talk about that. Okay. So any questions so far till the point I have taught? Any questions, any doubts? Please put in the chat. If no questions, please write clear so that I get an understanding that everyone is clear on the topics so far. Currently, you do not have to download anything. I'll talk about that. Is it true GitHub is more compatible with GitHub? I think you're right. Altaf, I'll not say compatible. The thing is that PyCharm offers seamless, or you can say very, very easy integration with Git. Same is the case with VS Code as well, but yes, PyCharm does that. So in case if you're talking about Git, so yes, PyCharm is your should be a go-to tool in case if you are doing version control and so kind of things. Not Jupyter Notebook then. However, you can integrate a Jupyter Notebook as well with Git, but the integration is not so easy, not so clean. It's painful a bit, but yes. With Spider also, you can do it because Spider allows you to have access to terminal. So you can open terminal in Spider itself, and then you'll have to use Git commands directly. Whereas PyCharm allows you directly to pull and push these kind of buttons over here, merge buttons and those kind of things. So yes, so okay, if I talk about in terms of development, a very high level project, a very good project which involves nearly all the aspects. For example, versioning the code, deploying the code, maintaining the code, having a lot of files. So PyCharm is one of the good tools that any team would prefer if a project involves nearly everything. Same goes with VS Code as well. In that, you'll have to install multiple installations. But yes, as I mentioned, PyCharm is a very good tool. Same goes with VS as well. Totally user preference, as I mentioned. I'm not quoting. I do not have any association with any. But yes. Okay. Now, before moving ahead, before moving, away I just mentioned Jupyter Notebook. Okay. Now, moving ahead, talking about other things. Now, say in case if you are using so local, first of all, local installation of Python is not mandatory from my end. Okay, is not mandatory from my end. Why so? See, because Jupyter simply learn, simply learn as a company provides you a particular place where Python Jupyter Lab is already installed, and you can use that directly. Okay, just give me a second. I hope my spelling is correct. But okay. So local installation of Python on your local. When I say local installation, means on your machine, on your uh, personal system. Okay, so on your personal system, installation of Python is not mandatory from my end. Why so? Because we can use, you can use simply learn labs. If you remember, in the induction class is what it was told to you how to use labs. Correct? Please give a thumbs up if. Okay. However, I'll be showing you again that how to use labs. Don't worry on that part. Okay. So I'll talk about that again in case if you have forgot about it. Now, also what I would see, as I mentioned, that it's not mandatory, but it is still up to you only in case if you still want to install Python on your system. Totally up to you. I'm not the one who will be preventing you from doing that. It could be helpful, it could be not helpful, totally up to the person. In case if you want to use your local system only completely for developing all the models, codes, everything, totally fine. You can install a Python on your local system, or you can use simply learn labs. Or in case if you want to use something else, for example, uh, you can also use Google Colab. Okay, if you want to use Google Colab, Google Collaboratory is online free platform given by Google. So you can use this. You do not have to install anything on your system at all. Okay, simply log into your Google. You can simply use Google Colab. It will do all the executions very beautifully. Okay. Also, just a quite you can say disclaimer. If you are using a corporate laptop, you are using your office laptop. From my end, it's strictly not recommended to install any software without the IT approval. Okay, because it can lead you into issue. So please do not install anything without IT approval on your system. However, you might be aware about it, but still, I just wanted to put it so that I have communicated this to all of you. But again, if you know what you are doing, please do it. Okay. So local installation of Python not mandatory. You can use Simply Labs or Google Colab, totally free. Up to you if you want to use those. But now, if we talk about that, let's say if you want to use, if you still want, if you want to do local installation, if you want to do local installation, what you can do is instead of, see, please listen, everyone. So there are 2 to 3 things that you can do. So if you are doing local installation, that's totally up to you. Again, as I mentioned, so you can follow 2 things. Okay, please listen carefully. The first one is you can use download. You can use Anaconda distribution. Just give me a second. You can use Anaconda distribution. Just please give me a second. Let me talk about what this Anaconda distribution is. Okay, so let me share the screen of the browser again and let's talk about what this Anaconda is. And all the other queries that you're asking will be cleared further only. Like if you go to the official Python page, are you able to see the official Python page? So if you go on alternative implementations, like from downloads, alternative implementations, click over here. Okay. Once you click over here, so can you see this Anaconda Python over here? A full Python distribution for data management, analysis, visualization, data steps. If you click on this Anaconda Python, it will lead you to this particular page, Anaconda. Okay. You can simply click on free download and then skip registration. Oh, sorry, skip registration and then kind of click on, let's say, download for Windows or download for any other language. Let's say I clicked for skip registration over here and then I clicked on Windows download. So you can download Anaconda. So let me go back to the uh, Blackboard. Please give me a second. So you can use Anaconda distribution. That is one of the recommendation. So in this, no requirement. of installing Python first. So the whole Python and installation separately is not needed. You simply download Anaconda, install it. It will do all your work. Okay, and it comes with Jupyter Notebook. It comes with Jupyter Notebook, Spider, Jupyter Lab already installed in it. Okay, so you can use Anaconda distribution. This is one of the things that you can do. I've given, let me share this link as well. Please wait before starting to install it. Please wait for a few minutes more. Okay, so please give me a second. Okay, so you can simply click on download and download Anaconda. Okay, other use cases, and if I try to talk about what Anaconda essentially is, you can think of Anaconda as a school bag, or you can say Anaconda as a bucket. Think of Anaconda as a bucket, okay, in which you already have Python installed, okay, and all these Jupyter Notebook, Spider, Jupyter Lab, already all of these are installed and directly connected to the Python. Okay, so you only have to do one installation, and that's it. No other installation of Jupyter Notebook or Spider or Lab or Python, nothing is required. This is what I would recommend as of those who are completely new. You do not know what you are doing, so you can use this. The other one is uh, what you can do is you install official Python. Just give me a second. Install official Python and then install the editor you want to use. For example, it could be PyCharm, VS Code, Jupyter Notebook. Okay, but this one is a bit um for beginners, not a very easy process. So this one is preferred, as I mentioned, preferred for anyone who is completely new. They do not know what to do and how to do. So this is preferred. But in case if you are already aware about programming and those concepts, so simply install the official Python uh, 3 point whatever what version, the latest version will totally work fine. You simply install the latest version, then install the editor, PyCharm, VS Code, simply download it, and then integrate it with the Python. It will work very well. Okay, but as I mentioned, my recommendation is Anaconda. I've already shared the link of Anaconda. In case, and again, please let me mention, if doing, I've already written, in case if you are doing installation locally, if you want to install the Python or you can say these kind of things locally, then only you would want to do this. Else you can use Google Colabs or simply Labs. Totally up to you. Okay. Anaconda link I've already shared. VS Code, PyCharm, official Python. You can simply Python official I've already shown. PyCharm also, in fact, I've shown when I wrote PyCharm on Google, it was able to show the link. And same goes with VS Code also. As you write VS Code, you know how to install it. Okay. And VS Code also has integration with Jupyter Notebook, so you'll be able to use the Jupyter Notebook files that I share. So far, any questions, anyone? Same way you can use Google Colab as well. Google Colab is simply online platform where you simply need to sign in first and then you can use it for running the codes and all those things. So it's again, as you can see, Google Colab is a hosted Jupyter Notebook service. Okay, so You can simply use Google Colab as well. Totally up to you. Again, there is no foundation or limitation from my end. Totally up to the user what they want to do. So, any questions, anyone so far? I've already shared Lakshmi link. It's present just two messages above. Share message. Okay. Now again, as I mentioned, from my side, the installation of local is not mandatory. It's totally up to you, and you can easily figure out how to install it. I've already given you the paths. I have already told about how to install these. So this is simply like installing a software. So download it, run it. That's it. Nothing else is needed. So any questions, anyone? Any questions? Will the Python change if you're using different editors? The answer is no. Okay. Just to mention, I'll be using Jupyter Notebook in class. You can use any other Jupyter Notebook. The files that I'll be sharing, you can directly upload them on Google Colab. It will work fine. You can directly upload them on Simplilearn Labs. You'll be still able to access those because Simplilearn Labs is also a Jupyter. So if I underline these and write this information also, both of them are hosted on Jupyter Notebook. In case if I want to use easy terms for those who are totally beginner, are like Jupyter Notebook or similar to Jupyter Notebook. Okay, clear everyone? And just to show you Google Colab as well, just give me a second. If I see I've written Google Colab, if I simply click on images, so I hope, so this is how your Google Colab looks. And if you remember this with Jupyter Notebook, let me open this image in new tab. So, so this is how Jupyter Notebook looks, and this is how Google Colab looks. Do you agree that they look very, very closely, very, very similar? What do you say? Okay. So they look very, very similar. Now let me also show you your Simplilearn Labs. See, Google Colab again, you'll need to have a Google account, but all of you for sure have a Simplilearn account because you're in the Simplilearn class. So you can use Simplilearn Labs as well in case you will not have a Google or Gmail account or any other account basically. So let me show you that as well. So first you need to log into the LMS portal. So please give me a second. Let me log into the LMS portal. However, already this has been shown in the introduction class, but still, I just want to show you again so that all of you are familiar with it. Please give me a second. Do you see this screen currently? This is how it should be shown in your LMS portal, correct? Is my screen visible? So this is the session that is currently live, Programming Essentials. As soon as you click on it, you can see a practice lab tab over here. Do you see a practice lab tab over here? So once you click on it, it will start loading the labs. Okay. Now, once it is lab successfully loaded, you click on Launch Lab. Once you click on Launch Lab, it will take few minutes and a space will open up. Because I already have some or already had some files, so they asked whether you want to clear output of those files or not. So I simply cleared it. It's up to you whether you would want to clear it or not. So this is how your labs look like. Okay, this is how your labs look like. If you click on this, so you can see that how it enlarges to the whole screen. Correct? And again, very much similar to how your Jupyter notebook looks like. Just to show you that, just to show you that. Do you agree? Like there is a cell kind of structure, and same is the case over here. Like same kind of structure is shown over here as well. Okay, so exactly similar kind of structure of how Jupyter Notebook looks like. This is how we term as Jupyter Lab. So Jupyter Lab is simply an advanced version of Jupyter Notebook, but still following the same kind of view or UI. Okay, so you can use this as well. You can simply upload the files like the file size here. You can simply click on upload files, and you can simply upload all the files that I will be sharing, and if you want to use them. Okay, so local installation is not mandatory. Just to repeat that again, you can use Google Colab if you want to. This is how Google Colab looks. You need to simply have a Google account. And if you do not have a Google account, you can simply log into a Simply Learn portal, LMS portal, go to Practice Labs, and this is how it looks. Now, by default, you only have 50 hours per month for Jupyter for Simply Learn Labs. But again, this quota can be extended numerous times. You simply need to raise a request with Simply Learn once your quota is exhausted. But how do you end a lab? Do not please simply click on this icon and close the tab. Not at all. To end a lab, you need to simply click on this button, End Lab. Otherwise, your hours will keep on calculating and calculating. So please click End Lab. That is what is mandatory. So once you end the lab, your hours stops counting. Otherwise, your 50 hours will be executed, exhausted just in one session itself because you already closed the tab and the lab was still running at the back end. Okay, so this is how you terminate the lab. So you can use this as well. It says that you used 0 of 50 hours in June 2025. But in case if if your quota exhausts, you can simply raise a request and they'll reset it for you. Okay, reset the quota. Do not click on this reset button. This will delete all the code. Clear to everyone? Any questions? Now it's totally up to you. I've shown you all the options that you can use to access Python. Now it's totally up to you if you want to do local installation, if you want to use Google Colab, if you want to use Simplin Labs, if you want to use VS Code, PyCharm. I've told you about all the options. Okay, so it's totally your choice. Clear to everyone? Any questions? Okay, so I've talked about these as well. Just give me a second. Please do not annotate. Okay, please give me a second. Now there is a bit of homework for all of you. In case if you are using Google Colab or Simplion Labs or Jupyter Notebook itself, because I'll be sharing the files with respect to Jupyter Notebook format. So the homework for all of you is watch or read at least, let me kind of separate these lines, otherwise. Watch at least 2 to 3 videos on how to use Jupyter Notebook on YouTube or any other platform which you feel has good amount of knowledge. Totally up to you. However, the YouTube is a good platform. Okay, and these 2 to 3 videos will really be of 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, not more than that. Do not go into watching a video that is 5 hours long. Not at all, not at all recommended. In fact, only 15 to 20 minutes of videos more than enough. Or in case if you do not like watching videos, read 2 to 3 blogs, 2 to 3 articles or blogs of on how to use Jupyter Notebook or introduction on Jupyter Notebook so that you're familiar with, because now after the break, we'll go for a break now. But after the break, I'll be opening up Jupyter Notebook and we'll start to learn how to write Python code. And because I'll be using Jupyter Notebook to teach you how this thing works, so you should be aware about what Jupyter Notebook is, what is a cell, what is this and that. Okay, how I'll be giving a very, very basic introduction. Don't worry on that part. It's not that I'll not be at all talking about and directly jump to the code. I'll not do that. I'll show you the screen. I'll show you what that all the things are. I'll give you an introduction. But again, because it's a very, very big tool, okay, and in case if you're using Jupyter Notebook or any other things, you'll have to know a couple of things. If I start talking about that, so a good amount of time will be exhausted just talking about Jupyter Notebook itself. So that is not the objective. So that can be simply mitigated by you watching 2 to 3 videos or 2 to 3 articles, or reading 2 to 3 articles on Jupyter Notebook. So, is it clear to everyone? Any questions on what we are doing? So, just a revision of what we have done so far, so that all of you can kind of relate to what we have done. We started talking about what is the agenda for this particular course, what we'll be doing, and post that, then we started talking about what are softwares, what are hardwares, what does softwares do, how they are divided based on their functionality. For example, system softwares, application softwares, and then we started talking about what essentially a software is and how are they made. Then based on distribution, how they are divided. And we started talking about different types of what is a programming language, what is the use of them, okay, and why there are so many programming languages, and what is a concept behind having so many programming languages, because they have their own set of tools that make them comfortable with performing any particular task. And then post that, then we started talking about Python, like why Python will be going to learn Python, and how to install Python, then some basic concepts around what is editor or IDE, and then what are various editors or IDE in Python. Then we went to the browser and looked into what are various editors in uh, Python. Okay, like how do they look and what is the difference? I gave you that example as well. That the look is simply like the difference is simply around the UI part, not anything else. And then I also told that okay, local installation is of Python is not mandatory from my end. You can use Simple Labs or Google Colab, and in case still you're doing local installation, I just gave you two recommendations as well. You can simply use Anaconda distribution, download. I've already given the link for this as well. Or you can simply kind of install official Python and the editor and simply connect them, and it will work fine. Okay, and then I've already also gave you a homework. So let me kind of curtail this. So I already gave you a homework as well. Okay, of what you need to do, and just let me write those things because I'll be sharing these notes. So uh, let me write these things as well. Link shared. Okay, because I'll be sharing these notes with all of you. So you should be able to recall that, okay, what I was referring to. And please give me a second. Looked into. Okay, I'm just mentioning this information so that if you go through these notes again, you can follow the exact same process that we followed in the class, and that is the only intent behind writing these things. Okay, and I've already shared the link and all these things. Okay, good. So now let me stop the share. Let me answer any questions if there are in the chat. The homework is simply watch 2 to 3 videos on Jupyter Notebook, how to use Jupyter Notebook, and or in case you're not like watching videos, you can go simply through 2 to 3 blogs or articles on how to use Jupyter Notebook, basics of using Jupyter Notebooks. Okay. So any questions, anyone? Please put in your questions if you have any. Else you can write clear. Meanwhile, I'm also launching the pool where you can provide in your feedback as well in the pool. Yes, Lakshmi, I'll be sharing my notes and I'll be uploading them to the LMS portal. You all will be having access to them forever. Okay, so I hope everyone has spooled. Just to mention, again, after the break, we'll start going through the Python. So those who are already aware about Python, are very good at Python, so you might find those things boring, and you might also have found these things boring that we discussed. But again, this course is optional. If you remember, it was told in induction that this programming essential course is completely optional and not mandatory to attend. Why so? Because those who are already good with Python or programming can skip this. But in case if you're not, then is when it was recommended for you to attend this course. And that is what is happening. So yes. Now let me share the screen with the timer. Let's go for a break. And after the break, we'll continue with where we left off. We'll start talking about Jupyter Notebook a bit. I'll give a bit small introduction about Jupyter Notebook, and then we'll start looking into the Python code and start learning things around Python. Okay, so let me share the screen. I hope my screen is visible. So let's go for a break. See you after the break, everyone. Thank you. So I hope everyone is back. Lakshmi, I'm not sure if it's intentional. Your camera is switched on. In case you want to switch it off, or up to you. In case if you want to keep it on, it's up to you. But just to inform, the camera is switched on, Lakshmi. Okay. Okay, so let me share the screen back and let's talk a few more things and then let's move to the Python code. Now, before moving, if you remember, when we went to the Python official page, the current Python version that is present. So, current Python version that is released, or you can say that is available for download is 3.13.5. Correct? Now, those who are not aware about what this is, we'll talk about that. Like, how does versioning happen? Just for those who are completely beginners, we call this as a version number. Okay, this is a version of Python. So there was a time when Python was version 2.0, then 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.6, 3.9, 3.12, like this. So there were time when we were having continuous versions in Python. Now the question is, for all those who do not know, like what does this represent? Like what is it? What is it? So just to give you idea about it, for example, let's say you're writing a sentence. You're writing a sentence. Hello, how are you? Okay, let's say this is your first. This is a sentence that you've written, and let's say you name this as version one. Like this is my first draft. This is my version one draft. Okay. Now you make changes. You make changes to this. You make changes. And instead of this, now you say, okay, hello, how are you doing? Okay. So now you simply made changes to an existing sentence, replaced a word and added a comma. Okay. So now you call this as version 2, let's say. Okay. So this is basically what versioning looks like. Okay. This is what versioning looks like. And if you can keep on adding sentence and keep on giving numbers. Okay. So if you remember, another example is when WhatsApp was launched, there was no WhatsApp, did not have calling features initially. Correct? Means what they did that initially, let's say this was the source code of WhatsApp. Okay, it was not having any video call or audio call features. Over the time, and let's say this was the version one, just for the sake of understanding. Over the time, they made a lot of changes in this source code, and now this source code has the feature of voice call, video call, audio call. Okay. Now again, the existing source code has only been changed, so this could be version three. There could be many changes in between as well. Okay, that might have been done. So we are simply versioning all the progress that happens over time. Okay, so this is how versioning works. And there are various rules that okay, when is this number to be changed, when is this number to be changed, when is this number to be changed. This is when you can see all the syntax and major completely new changes happen. This is when and new functions have been added, some functions have been removed, no syntax and major changes, and this is very bug fixes. You might also see people using one more word, but again, those are simply rules up to the team what they decide, what how they want to version things, when the version will be changed, when the version not will not be changed. There are guidelines written around this as well. which are recommended to follow, but again, on person to person. Does it make sense? So just a clarity, because many might be thinking, okay, what is this 3.15.3, and you're not able to make sense of it. So just for those who were wondering, and this is what you call as version control. So Git, you might have heard about Git. So Git is a open source software which can be used to maintain multiple version records of the codes. And it can do many more things, but again, just to give you an idea about, you might have heard the term Git or and GitHub and GitLab. Just because we are talking about this, GitHub is or GitLab or many more things, Bitbucket and these kind of things. They're online implementation of Git. Okay, basically nothing else. Okay. Now your question would be, is it good that I know Git? Should I learn Git? Now, I would recommend you learning it, but not right now in case if you are beginner. First, learn what is programming, learn Python very efficiently, learn machine learning, deep learning. And once you are done with these concepts, then is when is the right time you start learning Git and many other tools as well. But not right now. It does not work right now. Okay. Now, a bit more information on Python. The extension of a Python file is .py. Extension of Python file is .py. Now, what is extension? For example, if you have PDF file, the extension will be .pdf. For music or audio files, usually the extension are .mp3, .wav, correct? For video files, .mp4, .mov, .avi, correct? Same way for Python files, the extension is .py. Like this is the official extension for any Python file. There's a slight difference with Jupyter Notebook only. All the other editors are completely comfortable with .py extension, but Jupyter Notebook works a bit differently. So extension for Jupyter Notebook editor, extension of Jupyter Notebook file is .ipynb. IPython notebook. That is what it stands for. .ipynb. So as I mentioned that I'll be using uh, Jupyter notebooks, all the files that I'll be sharing with you in terms of code will be of IPYNB extension. Okay, will be of IPYNB extension. Clear to everyone? Any questions, anyone so far? Okay. So now let me open up Jupyter Notebook, or you can use Google Colab, whatever you want to use. But again, as of now, for you, it's not required. So I'll be opening up the screen. We'll go through the codes. I'll be sharing the code after the class. So don't worry on that part. Let me stop the share. Let me open up the code and then share the screen back again. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, so this is how Jupyter Notebook looks like. In case if you are installing it on your local system, our Google Colab and all those things will look similarly. Just a bit of introduction around Jupyter Notebook. You can see these are what we like. All these are known as what? These are known as cells. We call them as cells. Okay. Now Jupyter Notebook can have a file can have n cells. Means you can add as many number of cells as you would want to. Okay, it can have n number of cells, and every cell can have n lines of code. Means you can have a whole big code in a single cell itself, totally up to you. Okay, we'll talk about many more things, don't worry. Then there are certain settings like file, edit, view, run, kernel settings, help. If you click on file, just to show you, if you click on file, you'll be able to see that you want to create a new file, new notebook, console, terminal, text file, Python file. Okay, save notebook as, reload from disk, download this file, export this as some other format. Okay, close and shut down this notebook. So it will simply shut down, close this file and shut down this kernel as well. You can shut down the whole Jupyter Notebook kernel as well. Then in edit, you can see undo, redo. So all these things you can simply explore all these menus, how you can split a cell, merge a cell, move a cell. Okay. Then view, show header, Zen mode, contents, many more things. There are a lot of things. That's why I asked all of you to please go and watch some videos around it. That will simply be very, very easy. In fact, you do not have to do anything. Okay, in case if you're using Jupyter Notebook, but in case if you're using VS Code or some other Google Colab. So in that case, you don't even need to look into very detail of this. You can for Google Colab. So simply watch a video and then Google Colab. How to use Google Colab. Simply on labs, you already will be able to understand. It's very similar to this. And in case if you're using VS Code, so in VS Code, you'll have to install the Jupyter Notebook extension, and then it will work very well with that. Perfect. So I hope till this point there are no questions. Let's move ahead then. So a bit introduction on Python. So Python was written by Guido van Rossum in 1991. This is when Python was released for the first time. It was named after a BBC show, Monty's Python Flying Circus, and there are a lot of practical uses of Python. Honestly, from seeing change like making a LLM to making a model that can forecast sales and those kind of things. So a lot of information or a lot of things that you can do using Python. And I've also talked about what are the advantages of Python. We have went through this whole thing in detail. Okay. Then we have also looked into how you can download and install Python. We have looked into these stuff as well. We also talked about the file extension and various Python distributions that are there. How you can use Anaconda, how you can download Anaconda. Okay, so we have looked into many more things. Now we'll start looking into the programming part of Python. Okay, please give me a second. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to everyone. So let's start with Python and we'll start with the core and basic concepts. So don't worry around it. You have to be a bit patient because I'll start talking about operators and then I'll relate each and everything. So just be a bit patient and you'll be able to understand all the things. Okay, so let's start. Now in Python, there are various operators. So first we'll learn operators, followed by the operators we'll learn various conditions, if and else conditions, then loops, then functions, and finally classes. And also in the way, all the way to classes, we'll be also learning in between a lot of Python built-in functions as well that are present. What are those? Don't worry, we'll talk about each and everything. Okay, don't you do not need to worry about what we will be covering. Now, first thing, I'll be sharing this file after the class as soon as the class is uh, and then I'll share this file. Reason being why I'm not sharing it right now, because many of you would want it right now. I'll give my logic, but still I'll share it in case if you would want to work with it. I'm totally fine. But why I do not tend to share file when I'm discussing it? There are primarily two reasons. First reason is when you are kind of running this file, like if I share this file, you'll be executing it with me. Essentially, you'll not be kind of writing any code. You will be simply seeing whether the code is running or not. If I run this cell, you are also running the same cell. You're not writing a code by yourself. You are simply seeing the execution of the code. Okay, and that also prevents you from being concentrating on like how things are working. Which and just to ensure that I'll be sharing a file with all of you, which will be completely working. That's a guarantee. Okay, I'll not share you a file which will have bugs and errors. That's for sure. Second thing, that in case if you're running the code along with me because you are simply running it, you are not aware about what you are running because we are yet going through that topic, and an error comes up. Most of the times, learners kind of focus on that error completely rather than focusing on class what I'm teaching. So it acts in another way. Then the full learner also starts asking question, okay, how this is done, how this is done, because the learner was focused on error, which I might have talked about when I was going through the same topic. So hence that is the reason I do not recommend at all to run the same code which I am talking about on your system along with me, because that will not lead you to anything. I'll be leading you to the right direction where you need to practice what you need to do in case if you want to improve your Python. But yes, so I'll be sharing this file on LMS portal. But again, I do not recommend you to run this file along with me. But rest is totally up to you. You can download it after the class, and because in next class and as well as last class, we'll be discussing this file only because this file completes all the has all the Python everything over here. Now, second thing, currently this file is not present on LMS portal. This file is written by me, developed by me, so it's completely owned by me. So it's not present on LMS. I'll be sharing it on LMS. It will not be present on your resource materials as of now. But as I mentioned, I'll be sharing it. Okay, now let's talk about Python. So Python has a lot of operators. The first one are arithmetic operators, and subsequent we all will be covering. But let's start with the most easy ones, which are known as arithmetic operators. Like these are the first one that we'll be talking about. What are arithmetic operators? Various signs that we can use in Python. Like if you use a plus sign, it will do addition. If you use a minus sign, it will do subtraction. A slash sign, it will do division. Star sign, it will do multiplication. Double slash, it will do floor division, which will only give you quotient. Double star sign, it will give you exponentiation. Percent sign in Python is known as modulus or modulo, totally how you kind of call it. And this is what gives you the remainder. Like if you divide a number and if there is a remainder, it will give you the remainder. Else it will give you zero. Like basically, it always gives you the remainder. So these are the arithmetic operators present in Python. Now, before moving ahead and looking into these arithmetic operators, we need to look into the data types. Like what are the data types in Python? And let's look into that into a complete detail. Now, for example, when we are using English or any other language, so in English or any other language, we have numbers, correct? We have numbers. What are those numbers? For example, like 1, 2, 100, 380, 260.9, 1.386, correct? Like these. Same way, then you have words or sentences. Like it could be sentences could be uh, hello, how, why, like, and complete sentences could be also there. Okay. Now these things are also have to be represented in Python, but we do not directly call them as numbers and directly call them as words or sentences. We have different names for them. Okay, we have different names for them. So what are integers? integers are simply numbers without decimal. Without decimal. So in Python, if I say that what are integers? Integers are simply numbers without decimal. For example, 1, 2, 100, 380. There has to be no decimal. So there is a difference between numbers with decimal and simple numbers. Most of the languages keep this difference. Most of the programming languages have this difference. Okay, some of them call the decimal numbers as double. Some of them call them as float. In Python, they are known as float. So what is float? Numbers with decimal. For example, 1.2, 1.6, 3.88, 380.9, or 380.0. In fact, like if there is a decimal, it will be a float value. We called it as a float data type. Okay, 381.12698, like as depth as it goes. Okay, then string values like these, you can see, are similar to your words and sentences, but in Python they are known as strings. They are known as strings. Also to remember, in Python, you always have quotes on strings. You always have quotes on your strings. Like for example, if I say hello, I'll have to put it in quote. Okay. Why do we put it in quote? I'll explain that. Same way, if you say why, we will have to put it in quote. So your communication messages, your words, sentences which you use for communication are known as strings in Python, and you'll always have to put them in quotes. I'll tell you why so. Okay. And then you have booleans, which are only corresponding to values true and false. Now do remember one thing, Python is case sensitive. Python is case sensitive. What is written in caps lock, like if T is written in caps on and rest in caps off, so you have to write it in exactly same manner. Okay, and if F is written in caps lock, rest on small, so you'll have to write it in that way only, otherwise it will give you error. Now the question comes that, okay, where do we use this true and false? Usually basically for putting conditions that, okay, if the user login is true, then show this message. Like for you mainly use for writing logics. Okay, if true, do this. If false, do this. Okay, so that is where these true and false are used. We call them as booleans in Python. Okay, boolean data type in Python. That is what we call them. Now the question that why do we use quotes for string? Why we do use quotes for string? Just to mention, we use quotes for string so that, and in fact, let me write used, so that Python is not confused. For example, like let me write a Python code. Again, we'll discuss this code in detail, don't worry. Like this is a Python code. For I in bucket print I. Let's say this is a Python code. I've written a Python code over here. And let's say if I'm using a sentence, let's say a sentence, for this, do that. For this, do that. Now, see, please listen very, very carefully. As I mentioned, as I mentioned, this is a Python code. See, this is a Python code. And this is an English sentence simply. So how does Python know that you are, and instead let me do one more thing. Let me make f also small so that because I've written Python is case sensitive. That's why. So how does Python know that you are referring to the Python code like Python function 4 or you're referring to an English word 4? Are you getting it? See, this is a Python code. This red box is a Python code doing what? Printing some values from a retrieval. What is this? We'll be talking about that. Don't worry. But I'm telling you that this is a Python code and this is simply a sentence. Now, so that Python does not get confused with this for and with this for and this for. How does Python know whether you're writing an English sentence or you're writing a Python code? There's no way to figure out, right? Hence, to avoid this confusion, the developers have stated that you should always use quotes if you're writing a English sentence or simply a communication message. Are you getting it? Does it make sense, everyone? You look into it, don't worry, when we'll go into the code, it will be much more clear, in fact. So let me take snapshot of this and put this in the notes as well because it will be helpful for all of you. Just give me a second. Okay, so let's move ahead now. I've already pasted this snapshot in the notes, which I'll be sharing, so you do not need to worry about losing this information. Okay, now coming back. We have what we have talked so far about that. Okay, there are some arithmetic operators in Python. What are these arithmetic operators? Plus, minus, addition, subtraction. Okay, like these kind of things, like these things. Then we talked about data types in Python. What are integers? What are floats? What are strings? What are booleans? And I've also told you that Python is case sensitive. You need to remember that. Okay. Now let's start writing certain. Let's start to do some arithmetic operations. Let's start to do some arithmetic operations with integers and floats. Okay, I'm trying to use the terms. Now, for you to execute any cell, either you can click on this play button, like you can see this run this cell in advance. Do you see this, everyone? Please give a thumbs up if yes. Like if you see run this in advance, either you can click on this play button, okay, or you can simply go and run and run selected cell, or and you can see also see the shortcut present over here, shift enter. Okay, it also shows you the shortcut. For Google Colab, the shortcut is also shift enter, but again, you can also use the play button or control enter is the shortcut. You can edit those shortcuts as well. Uh, okay, but yes. So if I press shift enter, it executes the cell. So what is 100 over here? 100 is simply an integer value. Okay, 100 is simply an integer value. I'm running it. So this is 100. Now do also listen carefully. We'll talk about that in afterwards. Okay. So now I'm using an arithmetic operation over here. Let me zoom in a bit so that it's visible to everyone. So I'm saying 1 plus 1. Essentially, this is an integer, then an arithmetic operator, and then again an integer. Okay. So this is a Python code, in fact. So 1 plus 1, 2. 1 star 3. So integer, arithmetic operator, integer, 3. Integer, arithmetic operator, integer, 1 divide 2, 0.5, 2 power 4, 16, 4 modulo 2, 0. There is no remainder if you divide 4 by 2. 5 modulo 2, the remainder is 1. It gives you 1. And then when you say print 5, like print, what is print? Print is a Python built-in function, with which you have to use this open close parenthesis. Okay. And this 5 modulo 2. And once you run this, so it gives you the same output. Now, what is the difference I want to talk about over here? What is the difference over here? Do you see when I use the print statement, there was no number mentioned over here, whereas everywhere else a number was mentioned. Correct? Now, what this is in Python, please listen very, very carefully. This is important. In Python, if we want to see a output of a particular input, means if we want to see any output, it is always recommended to use print statement. In Python, if you want to see output, it is always recommended you to use a print statement. However, that is very, very tedious and would take a lot of effort. So various editors like Jupyter Notebook, Spider, they allow you to show the output even without writing the print statement. Means you do not have to write print, they will still show you the output. But when you're using print, no number comes up because this is what you have used the recommended and default method. Okay, they are writing 7 that okay, if you run this cell, this is like you have run this cell, this is what the supposed output will look like. This is what the outlook comes like. Okay, but you should always use print, however. But yes, again, that's a so this is one of the feature of Jupyter Notebook. Many other editors do have it, many of them do not have it, but yes. Whereas in your default Python editor, you always have to use print, 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 print. So, like for me to show you all these outputs, I'll have to write print, 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 print everywhere, which is again not so good to look at and also does not make a lot of sense. But still, so this is a feature of Jupyter Notebook. Just to tell you that okay, why do we have so much editors? As I mentioned, because of certain features, ease of using them compared to your normal things. Like for example, on WhatsApp you can share images, whereas sharing that over a traditional SMS is a bit difficult and not always so convenient. But yes, okay, clear to everyone? Any questions, anyone so far? We don't need to declare this expression integers or strings. No, Sundar. In Python, you do not have to declare the data type of uh, the variables or you can say the objects that you're running. You still can directly run them. How that is not the case with other programming languages. I think you're referring to Java, but yes. Okay, so then 15% or slash slash 2. So this gives me the float division, gives me the quotient. So once I do this, this gives me 7. 2 plus 3 multiply 5 plus 5. Now Python follows the BODMAS rule. Python follows the BODMAS rule. Okay, means first brackets will be solved, then offset. So let me write that. In fact, in a comment, I'll talk about what comments are. Okay, first brackets are solved, then any offset, then division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. So it's always convenient to separate calculations by putting small brackets. Okay, do not use square brackets that might not give you the outcome as desired. You should always use small brackets to do any particular calculations. Okay, once I run this, you can see this is the output as 50. So this is what we have done. We have looked how integers look like and we have performed various arithmetic operations with integers. Now we'll do the same with floats. So this is how floats look like. What are floats? Float is a data type in Python. In plain sense, a number with decimal in Python is called as float. A number with decimal in Python is called as float. So if I say 1.0, so this is what floats look like. So if I say, can I do arithmetic operations with floats? The answer is yes, because essentially they are numbers only. So plus, addition, subtraction, all the arithmetic operations are possible with floats. So 1.25 minus 8, so it gives you this number, 1 plus 1, 2. So this, even if you are doing an operation between an integer and float, even that is possible. That is why I placed this example over here, that operations between integers and floats are also possible and the outcome will be a float. Okay. How can we get in touch with you if you don't have a class? You can post, in case if you have queries, you can post it on Slack. Those will be addressed over there, Lakshmi. But during weekdays, it will be a bit it will be a bit difficult for me to directly answer the queries. But yes, during the weekends before classes or during the classes, I'll be for sure there and present to answer all the queries. Okay. Now coming to strings. And now what does strings look like? If you remember, we talked about These are simply sentences or words which are used to place information or communication, whatever you want to say. And we always put them in quotes. Why so? Because Python would get confused in case if you do not put quotes. It will think that, okay, this is a Python code. However, this would be a simple message. For example, I'm saying this is a sentence, and in Python, it is treated as string. You'll have to put quotes always. Okay. Now, you might ask a question, do we use single quotes or double quotes? The answer is it does not matter. You can use a single quote, you can use a double quote. It's essentially one and the same thing. Can you please give me 2 minutes? I'll be back in 2 minutes. Someone is at the door. I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm stopping the share meanwhile. Okay, thank you for being on hold, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, moving ahead. So we are talking about that. Okay, as you mentioned that strings are in strings are in quotes. So does it matter that if I use single quotes or double quotes? The answer is no. Even if you use single quotes, that will work. Even if you use double quotes, that will work. Just to show you, see, both of them are giving you the same output with single quotes. Now you might have a question then, then where do we use double quotes? Is there is no concept of using double quotes? No, then there is a usage of double quotes. For example, I'm writing a sentence. He doesn't like mangoes. Now see, this is how English is written. In case if I want to use this particular word, correct? Now when I say quote and I'm writing he doesn't, as soon as Python sees this, Python assumes that okay, that the string has ended. Okay, the string has ended, and the person does not want to write anything further. And what we do, we still keep on writing and then put in one more quote. So Python does not know where this thing starts, where this thing ends. And when you run this, it will give you an error. Now, this is a classic case where it makes much more sense to use double quotes. So if you want to have a single quote, if you have a single quote in your sentence, you can use double quotes outside. So if I say double quotes, he doesn't like mangoes, and if I run this, now this will run without any error. You can see that. And even this is printed over here. So this works efficiently. So if you have a single quote in your whole string, putting a double quote will simply solve it and it won't. But now let's say if you're still saying that no, what if I still want to use single quotes only? Is there any other concept or usage? The answer is yes. How so? You can use escape character. So he doesn't. So before this quote, we use this backslash. This is above your return or enter key. So if you press shift and this particular key, the pipe symbol key, so it will put this backslash. We call this as an escape character in Python. We call this as escape character. What does this do? It tells Python that you need to escape the next particular part. Do not treat it as a code, simply run it. So he doesn't like mangoes, and I'm still using single quotes. And when I run this, you can see it gives me still the same output. Does it make sense without giving any error? Okay, perfect. Same way, now if you look into Booleans, so we talked about what are integer data types, we talked about what are float data types, correct? We talked about what are string data types, how do they look? Now we are talking about the last data type that are Booleans. So T capital RUE, this is true. And if you see, if you write this, this is green in color. Now this is simply the color coding with respect to the editor. So Jupyter Notebook colors it green. There could be other editors that might color it blue, red. Totally depends upon editor to editor or theme to theme, what theme you have selected. Okay, so but yes, usually the Python keywords or Python specific functions are colored with some color. Okay, so true, it also at the backend refers to as one numerical value of one, and then false at the backend it also refers to as a numerical value of zero in Python. Okay. Instead of true, you cannot place one, but if you place true, it will be considered as one. It's not vice versa, it's only one way. So you cannot put one and say that it will be true. No, it could be any other value that will be still given as true. Whereas if you put true, it will be corresponding to value one, if that is what you're asking. Bharat. Okay. So this is, and again, just to mention, Python is case sensitive. If T is capital, it has to be capital. If you write it this way, it will give you error that name tree is not defined. We'll talk about what this error is referring to. Okay, we'll solve this error as well. Not talking about placeholders and variables in Python. We however call them as variables, but what these things are. Now, if you remember, for example, in your mathematics class, let's say what teachers used to do is they used to give you, let's say, a rectangle or say, uh, triangle like this. Then you they used to say, okay, if this is 4 or if this is 3, what will be this particular value? And would you look into the corresponding point and they would say that okay, this is x. and they would say find x, correct? And you would look into some calculations, and after doing certain calculations, you might say that okay, x is equal to 5, correct? So you are, and if someone says, okay, what is x? Then you would say 5. So this is basically how you're assigning value to x. What is x? X is simply a variable. Okay, so same is the concept in Python as well. In Python, you can assign values or data to variables. Okay, like this is a variable. Okay, this is a variable. In Python, you can assign values into variables. Now you can have any name. It's not that you have to keep it X, A, B, C. Whatever name you want to keep, you can keep that. For example, here I specified that this is my placeholder name or variable name, whatever you would want to call them, and I'm simply specifying a number into it. Okay, now I need to run this before asking Python that what this is. Means until unless I do not see, I've not executed this cell, I've not ran this cell. If I run this, Python will give me error. That name, this is placeholder name is not defined. Means Python is saying that I do not know this particular value that you are asking me to give output for. Like this, what is my input? Am I inputted this is placeholder, like show me what this is. Python says I do not know. It's not defined in my memory at all what this value is. Means you need to execute it. Now I've executed it. Now it is saved in my Python's memory that okay, there is a variable named this, and this is the corresponding value. Now if I run this and ask Python that okay, what is this? It gives me the exact value. Does it make sense, everyone? So the not defined error always refers to that it Python does currently not know what that value is. You have to execute the cell in which that value is present, and then Python will show you the output. Any questions, anyone? When we'll talk about classes, then is when the right that is when it will be right to talk about what is initialization or instantiation as well as what is declaration. This is we are simply declaring a variable, uh, Luabi. Okay, but when that time is right and when we'll be discussing functions or classes, then is when that question will make more sense, and then is when it should be brought up. In fact, because currently many of the people are beginner. Okay. Any other questions, anyone? Okay. But in broader sense, if you ask me, both of them are one and the same thing, but with slight difference, and which we'll be talking about. But yes, essentially both of them can be said as one thing also. But moving ahead. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, you can name your variable anything. Okay. But there are certain rules associated with it. Okay. There are certain rules that are associated with naming your variables. What are those rules? Your variable name cannot start with a number or a special character. Okay, it cannot start with a number or special characters. Now it cannot have special character spaces or booleans anywhere in its full name. Okay, it cannot have special character spaces or boolean values anywhere in its whole name, but it can have number in between or end. Okay, I'll tell you what that means. Now, first of all, as I mentioned, it cannot have spaces. That's why you'll see a lot of programmers always tend to use underscore. Why? Because spaces are directly not recognized in most of the programming languages. Okay, hence we programmers tend to use underscores a lot. Okay, so like I'm putting a variable name or underscore of underscore what. So instead of spaces, we tend to use underscores. Okay, now I cannot use just to show a special character like star in between. It will give me error. Okay, I cannot start it with a number like this. It will give me error. However, I can place a number in between or at end. For example, if I say like this name two of war, it will work. But you cannot start with number. Okay, so you'll have to follow these rules. And once you define this, when I say print name of var, it simply gives me value 2 like this. Now, in Python, you can directly use a variable name itself for doing any arithmetic operations. For example, I said name of var is equal to 2. Now, if anywhere I use name of var, it will be corresponding or referring to the value 2 only. Okay, means instead of writing 2, you can always use name of var for doing anything. For example, if I want to do 2 plus 5, so what I can do is I can simply use name of var plus 5. Now, one more question that many of you might be thinking currently when we are going through the code. Please listen carefully. This is what usually comes up at this time when we are learning this plus addition subtraction, which you all of you might be thinking, what is the use of it? And that is a question as well, and that's a valid question. That why we are learning these things, why we are learning plus, minus, and what is integer, what is float, and what is these things. Now, if you remember, I told you that first thing is that we have to learn Python. Why Python? Because all the things that are done in machine learning, deep learning are done in Python. We will be making a model using Python programming language. And in case if you do not know how to write a Python code, how to do basic operations in Python, you'll not be able to make a machine learning or deep learning model at all. Okay, so hence we are learning the basics of Python. If I try to state, or you can say phrase this in another terms, for example, let's say you want to calculate the speed of a satellite orbiting Earth. Let's say you want to calculate the orbital speed of a satellite. You cannot do that without knowing the basic mathematics. You need to know how addition, subtraction, multiplication, differential, those things work, correct? Without knowing basic mathematics, you cannot do that thing. Okay, you have to first of all know basic mathematics for you to calculate the orbital speed. Same is the concept over here. For you to make machine learning, deep learning models live, like theory part is completely different. You can read books and understand how a LLM is made, or like what an LLM is, or how a machine learning model works. You can understand the concepts of those things, but for you to implement and run a model, make a model like for example, for you to make a chat GPT, you can learn the concepts from books, but you have to implement it in Python or any other language. As I mentioned, for data science machine learning, Python is a go-to language. Hence, we are learning Python. So for simple state, you can say Python is like mathematics for you to calculate the orbital speed. So you need to know this mathematics first for you to do that whole machine learning, deep learning modeling. Because many of you might be wondering for short that why we are going into so many details and learning these basic things. Correct? So any questions, anyone? Also, to put one more thing into perspective, see, in case if you are the one who will be programming, means if your work experience is less than 6 years or 7 years, and you will be the one who will be doing programming, you have to be very good with Python. Okay. In that case, by simply understanding what I'm teaching will not help you become good at programming. Anyone who knows programming can agree with me on this term in the class itself. In fact, for you to learn programming, for you to be very good at programming, you have to program yourself. It means you have to press keys by yourself using your brain. You have to solve various logics, various problem statements by yourself for you to be good at. If I try to put again, for example, in other terms, a person who does not know how to swim, even if I show the person 10,000 hours of videos of how to swim, and I throw the person in water, he still will not be able to know how to swim, even though he has watched 10,000 or she has watched 10,000 videos of how to swim. Okay, so the person has to get down in water and practice, then only the person learns swimming. Same is the case with programming language as well. You have to practice, solve various problems, logics, then only is when you will be very good at programming. As simple as that. Okay, now back to the topics, back to the concept. Let's move ahead. Also, I hope there are no questions. If no questions, please write clear. If there are questions, please, and in case if I skipped any question by mistake, please post that question again in the chat. I'll be happy to answer it. So yes, any questions, anyone? Okay, perfect. So let's move back to the concept now. So I was mentioning that because we have said name of var is equal to 2, now instead of writing 2 anywhere, I can directly use name of var as well. Why? Because it will be corresponding to the same value. that is 2. Now if I say name of var plus 5, essentially I'm saying 2 plus 5. When I run this, you can see it says 7. And name of var is still 2 only because we have not updated it anywhere. As I mentioned, in a cell, you can have n lines of code. You can have n number of assignments. For example, I'm saying x is equal to 2, y is equal to 3. So I'm assigning, making two new variables in my Python space and assigning some values to them. This is also how you can assign values. Like you can say x is equal to 2, x comma y is equal to 2 comma 3. Just the thing that you need to be careful about is that on both left hand side and right hand side, the number of commas should be same. Okay, when I say commas, means number of values on both left hand side of equal to and right hand side of equal to should be same. This is also known as unpacking. Okay. Now, if I say now using these two, I can even make a new variable as well. Like if I say z is equal to x plus y. So what is x plus what is x referring to? The x is referring to value 2. What is y referring to? 3. So I'm saying z is equal to x plus y. And when I say this, you can see z is will be stating it's shown as 5. No Lakshmi. In Python, we do not have any concept of declaring the value first. Python itself identifies it and runs. That is what makes Python much more easy as well and uh, useful, reduces the effort. And X is still 2. Python also assigns Python also works with variable reassignment. When I say variable reassignment means like for example, you know what X value is currently in my Python memory? It is 2, correct? As you can see over here, when I executed this cell just above it, it is saying X is equal to 2. Now, if I'm saying X is equal to 10, so what does it do? It overwrites the existing value of X. So it overwrites X value in this Python's memory and shows you this. So now it says X is equal to 10. And you can see this. Now X is equal to 10. Now you might have a common question in your mind that how do I get the old value? Is there any possible way? The answer is no. By default, there is no possible way for you to extract the old value that was stored in X. However, you can write your own custom codes, use certain libraries. What libraries are, we'll talk about that. You'll have to write your own custom codes in case if you want to have that functionality. Okay, that is the case. Let me address the question. Not mandatory away. It's up to you if you want to write a whole code in a single cell, or it's up to you in case if you want to specify factorial values like one over here, then one over here, and then do the whole calculation over here. Does it make sense? Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's do one thing then. Let's try to let me share this code with all of you in the chat. Till this particular part, like till built-in functions, try to do a visual revision with this whole code, like the things that we have done so far. Do give a visual revision with this. Try to play around with these things. Try to make variables. Try to do some arithmetic operations with them. Okay, try to write a whole code. Like this will give you much more understanding and comfortability with this file. Okay, or you can say Python itself. Like your question that can I write multiple lines of code? How do I execute that? That's a good question, in fact, for anyone who is looking into programming. So let's do one thing. Let me stop the share. Let me share this file over to all of you on the chat as of now. Why on the chat? Because it's easily accessible, whether you logging somewhere else. Of course, I'll be uploading it on the portal. Don't worry about that at all. But as of now, I'm sharing it on the chat so that anyone can download. You can upload it to Simplion Labs if you want to, or Google Colab if you want to, and or on your local system you can access it. So I'm sharing this file with all of you on the chat right now. Please do a visual revision till the part which we have completed, and try to play around with values as well, like make some variables or try to do some factorial or some multiple operations in a single cell and see how the whole thing works. Okay. The objective is to make you comfortable with this Python and basic stuff. Do let me know once you are done. Please write done. You can take 5-10 minutes for this. I'm totally fine. That. I hope the objective is clear. Please write done once you are completed so that we move ahead. Thank you. I just shared the file with her. And let's just share the file. I'm asking you to download the file, upload it, or you can say wherever whichever editor you're using. Go through the whole code till the point which we have covered. Try playing around with the variables, do some all things and those kind of things. Okay. So that is what I'm asking. I shared the file in the chat. Download it, play around with it till the point we have covered. So Jupyter Notebook, you don't need to explicitly type print variable. Yes, Arvind. But you have to type it in case if you want to see multiple outputs in a single cell. Means if you say in a single cell only 5 plus 3, 5 plus 2, 5 plus 9, then you'll have to use print, print, print. Because by default, Jupyter Notebook will always show you only one output. If you want to see multiple outputs of multiple lines in a single cell, you'll have to use print, Arvind. Okay. No, Lakshmi class is not over. I shared the code and everyone is going through the code. I mentioned that till the point which we have got. So everyone is going through the code. I'm waiting for everyone doing it, and then we'll talk about that. Prakhar escape character is used to you can say avoid the errors, the common Python errors. Like for example, you in that particular string, we started with the string, and when you're putting a quote again, Python gets confused. So we tell Python to ignore or you can say escape the next character, and that is how escape character works. It escapes or you can say ignores the next character by treating it by ignoring it and executing continuously so that uh, the error does not pop up. Is it clear? No, Rahul. We only use Shift Enter. Restart kernel is you simply are resetting the Python's memory and then running it again. No. So what we need to do is simply press Shift Enter. I have put that information on the first cell itself. So Shift Enter is used for running the cell. Bharat, I've shared a code with everyone. Everyone is going through the code currently. So in this character, we can use single quotes in words like doesn't. Yes, yes, uh, Prakhar, correct. Razan, please stop the sharing. So has everyone gone through the code? If yes, please put in a thumbs up so that we move ahead. Okay, perfect. So let me share the screen back again. I'll be sharing the code as well, don't worry. I'll be sharing the code on the LMS portal after the class. Just a few minutes more and the class will be shared. Can you run several notebooks together as a group of code for one project in notebook? Sorry, okay. You can do that, but you'll have to have multiple kernels for that. Hello, Abhi. You can do that. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, Toby. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. So Toby, yes, you can do that. Okay, now let's talk about built-in function. Now in Python, there are various approximately 70 built-in functions. Now the question is, what is the use of built-in functions? So built-in functions in Python help you to do certain tasks when required. For example, in human body, there are multiple organs, every organ having its own work. Same way in Python, there are multiple built-in functions. Means why do we call it built-in? Because you are not importing them from any other library. What are library? We'll talk about that. But these functions are already present in Python. You are not importing it from anywhere else. You directly write that particular word, and Python will be good to go. It will be able to run it. The first function, built-in function in Python that we're going to talk about is print. So print is a inbuilt function. What does it do? The work of print built-in function is to print the output of the corresponding things that we are asking it to. For example, I'm making two variables, x is equal to hello, y is equal to 3. Now, if I say print x, now you have to remember this syntax, everyone. You have to remember the syntax exactly like this. So print, everything has to be small case, open close small parenthesis. This is exact. You cannot use square brackets, you cannot use curly brackets. It has to be small brackets. And inside the small brackets, you place in the value that you want to print. For example, I'm saying print x. What is x? X is a variable. So when I do this, you can see it says hello. Now you can print multiple things together. You can say print x, comma y plus y, comma y star star 2. Okay, so y power y square basically. So it says hello 369. Okay, hello 369. Now one more thing in Jupyter Notebook, please listen very carefully. This is important. I put in a comment over here as well. In Jupyter Notebook, when you go inside the brackets of a built-in function, when you go inside the brackets of a built-in function, and just next to the bracket, if you press Shift plus Tab, the documentation of the function opens up. Now, what is this documentation? This documentation is basically the user manual, like what this function does. What is the use of this function? What are the additional functionalities that you can modify of this particular function? Okay, which are these? Now, all these things, like as you can see over here, so you can see there are multiple parameters inside these brackets. Like what is this star args? Star args refer to the values that we want to print. But post that, you can see there are multiple things like SCP, END, file, plus. What do we call them? We call them as arguments. Please listen carefully. We call them as arguments. What is the use of these arguments? The use of these arguments is to modify the output of print. Like how does the output is printed to modify that particular functionality, like kind of modify the whole print function. It could be that of built-in function have arguments or does not have arguments. Basically, that is how it is written. But print function has arguments, like SCP stands for separator, and you can see that things over here as well. Like they have also talked about like what SEP stands for. SCP, string inserted between values, default is a space. Means you can see over here, when I printed x, y, y plus y, see by default they were separated using a single space, correct? Can you see that? They were separated using a single space. So why? Because by default, by default, the space, do you see? Like separator by default is a space value. Does it make sense to you? Everyone, why it was having a space? Same way, if you have two print functions, by default, the next print will be given in next line. We'll talk about that. Now the question comes, can I modify it? What if I want to have commas between them? You can. So I'm doing the same thing, x, y plus y. And I'm saying sep is equal to quote space, comma, quote. This has to be a string value, always. Once I run this, now you can see instead of spaces, I'm having comma. So can I say arguments of a function? It could be a built-in function, it could be any function that we'll be talking about, are used to modify how that function works. What do you say? Can I say that? Okay. Same way, see by default, the end is like if I try to print this just to show you, if I print this without the end functionality, high will be printed in next line. High will be printed in next line. Why so? Because if you see the end argument, it shows backslash, and this refers to a new line, like print in new line. This they have also written string appended after the last value. Default a new line means at the end of every line it enters into the next line. So if a next hello is printed, it will be printing in next line. But can I change this functionality? Yes, by simply changing this particular value. And is equal to I have simply specified a string with pipe sign, and now you can see both of them are getting printed in the same part. Same way, I can use statements like print hi python comma 3 comma, like I can print anything. You can print basically anything. That is what I'm trying to show over here. And when you do shift enter, it runs and shows you the output. Shift tab, it will show you the documentation. Questions, anyone? Any questions, anyone? Please put in your questions. Okay. Now let's move to the next Python function. Could you move again? Rahul, because by default, between any two values, print will always keep a space. Why it will keep space? Because the Python developers have kept the space as a default separator between values. Okay, as you can see over here. So what if I want to modify it? You simply write sep, like the same. It has to be exactly same. I have to write it exactly same. SCP small case equal to, and as you can see, so they have also told about, just to show you, that this has to be always a string value. Like it is a string value, okay? As they have specified, this is a string value. So hence I am also specifying this as a string. And once I run it, that's why it is having commas over here. Okay. Now comes to the next Python built-in function, type. What is type function used for? Type function is used for printing the data type of any value. Syntax, simply type in small case. Do remember, everything has to be small case. Open close small parenthesis, and inside the small parenthesis you place in the value for which you want to see the type. I have added this space just to make it look much more convenient. However, space is not recommended. Unnecessary space is not recommended in programming. Okay, so type. So it tells me int. Int means that this 2 is an integer. So type built-in function is used for checking the data type of any value that is placed within the built-in type small parenthesis. Okay, same way if I say type true, now this is bool, so it says boolean value. So this is what Jupyter Notebook is showing you output. But if I say print type true, so it says class bool. Okay, that is a small difference that is shown when we try to print it. Same way when I say type like a string value, so this shows str. Okay, same way if I say type 8.0, so it gives me a float value. Okay, clear to everyone? Okay, so let's pause over here. Any questions, anyone? Please put in your questions. It does not show it as a class, it shows class integer, like that it is an integer class. Why it's referring to this as a class? Because backend, how things are defined that way. So this is what you need to focus on, that okay, this is a boolean data type. Class is how at backend it is specified. That is only the reason. But it is not a class data type. This is what the data type is in the codes. Okay. Okay. So what is that new line? See, when I'm printing, let's say print hello world, print high. So you can see by default it is printing in two lines, correct? Line after line. Why so? Because when I run the first print, what does Python do, or what does the print function do? By default, it moves to the next line. Means as soon as it prints the hello world, then what it will do? It will say that okay, this line terminated. Next thing, it will move to the next line. Okay. Now you'll ask how so? Because if you go into the arguments, you see this end. So it says string appended after the last value. So this backslash n in Python refers to the new line or next line, basically a new line. Okay. So what happens? It prints hello worlds and then moves Python to the next line. And when I say print high, so high is printed in next line. Okay, that is a default behavior to be. But what if I say and is equal to a space like quote space space pipe sign space space pipe quote, and when I do this, so now it will not be printing in next line because I've overwritten the default behavior. Does it make sense? Okay, please give me a few seconds. Any more questions, anyone? Okay, so any questions, anyone? Okay, perfect. In case if there are no questions, Shri Krishna has shared the feedback link in the chat window. I request you to please provide feedback. On when you provide the feedback, it will be out of five. Like you have to grade out of five. Only five is termed as good, and rest all the values are not termed as good. You are also free to provide in your comments as well. So you can provide in your comments, and then you can drop from the class. And in case if you have any questions, please put in your questions in the chat. I'll be happy to answer those. And post answering those, you can provide the feedback. Again, five is termed as good, rest is not termed as good. You can also pass in your comments, and then you can also drop from the class. So yes, any questions, please put in. Thank you, Faizan. You can provide the feedback on the link. You'll have to click on that link. It will open up in your browser, and that is where you'll have to provide the feedback. Any questions, anyone? Please put in your questions. I'll be uploading all the notes as well as the code on your LMS portal. It will be visible just in a few minutes. As soon as the class ends, I'll be uploading the codes and the notes, and they'll be visible to you in few minutes after that. Okay. So yes, if questions, please put in. If no questions, you can provide the feedback and drop. Thank you. Those who are leaving. See you next week.
Yeah, thank you for your wonderful session, Rahul, and thank you for everyone for your participation. Once we wrap up the session, you can see there is feedback link in your browser. Please rate us the session between 5 or less than 5. So it will improve upcoming session. Thank you everyone. Take care.
While checking your given code in Jupyter, a single backslash was showing syntax error. A single slash will not give error. Uh, you'll have to use it between numbers. If you use it between strings, it will give you the error. If you can give me the code, Prakar, I can kind of debug it here itself, or the screenshot itself, in fact. You can simply take a screenshot and place in the chat. I'll answer that error itself. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Mayur. Thank you, Gandhar. Thank you, Sundar. Thank you, Pratik. Thank you, Armandeep. Thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you, Nanda. You can share the screenshot, Prakar. I'm waiting. Thank you, Prajita. Thank you, Jia.
Yeah, we are ending meeting. Can we
Sure. Thank you,
close?
Dina. Thank you, Shri Krishna. Yes, Dalila, you can close. I was waiting for Prakhar, in fact, but okay. No issues, Prakhar. We can address that in next class for sure. Thank you, Dina.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, leaving the session.